Tonight, we begin the extraordinary story of George Washington, a man whose leadership shaped the very foundation of the United States. His journey is one of resilience, determination, and revolution. So before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. George Washington was born on February 22, 1732, in Westmoreland County, Virginia, into a family of modest means but strong ambition. His father, Augustine Washington, was a planter and land speculator who married Mary Ball Washington after the death of his first wife. George was the eldest of their 6 children, and from an early age he showed a sense of responsibility that set him apart from his peers. From the time he could walk, he was expected to contribute to the family's livelihood, and as he grew older, he developed a deep sense of duty that would define his future. When Washington was just 11 years old, his father passed away, leaving much of the family's property to his older half-brothers. One of them, Lawrence Washington, became a significant influence on young George. Lawrence had served in the British Navy and had married into the powerful Fairfax family. Through this connection, George was introduced to Virginia's aristocratic circles and gained opportunities that would shape his future. He spent time at the Fairfax estate, absorbing lessons on leadership and the expectations of a gentleman in colonial society. Through Lawrence Washington, George gained access to books on military strategy, philosophy, and history, further fueling his ambition. Unlike many prominent figures of his time, Washington did not receive a formal education at a university. Instead, he was largely self-taught, focusing on subjects like mathematics, geography, and surveying. At the age of 16, he joined a surveying expedition into the Western Territories of Virginia. This experience gave him a first-hand look at the vast lands that were at the center of colonial conflicts and sparked his interest in military and leadership roles. The harsh conditions of the wilderness and the constant negotiations with Native American tribes provided Washington with valuable skills in diplomacy and survival. By the time he was 17, Washington had earned a reputation as a skilled surveyor and was appointed as the official surveyor of Culpeper County. This position provided him with a steady income and allowed him to acquire land, which was a key marker of success in colonial society. But Washington's ambitions extended beyond land ownership. With tensions rising between the British and French over control of North America, he saw an opportunity to prove himself in a military capacity. He trained tirelessly, studying the tactics of European warfare and preparing for a leadership role in the militia. At 21 years old, Washington was commissioned as a major in the Virginia militia and sent on a dangerous mission to the Ohio Valley. His task was to deliver a message to the French, demanding that they withdraw from British-claimed territory. This journey through the wilderness in the dead of winter was treacherous, but Washington completed his mission and returned with valuable intelligence about French military positions. His ability to navigate the rugged terrain and deal with hostile conditions earned him recognition from colonial leaders. The following year, Washington was promoted to lieutenant colonel and ordered to lead a small force to confront the French. This campaign led to the Battle of Jumonville Glen, where Washington's troops ambushed a French scouting party, killing their commander. The incident ignited what would become the French and Indian War and marked Washington's first experience with the brutal realities of combat. He had little time to celebrate, as he soon found himself facing a counterattack. However, his success was short-lived, as he was soon forced to surrender at Fort Necessity after a counterattack by the French and their Native American allies. The battle was a humiliating defeat for Washington, but it was also a lesson in military strategy and perseverance. Despite this early setback, Washington's bravery and leadership caught the attention of British commanders. He was later invited to serve as an aide to General Edward Braddock in a major expedition against the French. During Braddock's campaign, Washington demonstrated remarkable resilience and leadership. After a devastating ambush in which Braddock was mortally wounded, Washington took command and organized an orderly retreat. His actions during the battle solidified his reputation as a capable and fearless leader, though he also gained a deep understanding of the weaknesses in British military strategy. He saw firsthand how the rigid European-style tactics failed in the dense American wilderness, and he began developing his own approach to warfare. After the war, Washington returned to Virginia, where he married Martha Custis, a wealthy widow with extensive landholdings. This marriage provided financial security and elevated his status in colonial society. He focused on managing his Mount Vernon estate, but as tensions between Britain and the American colonies grew, Washington found himself drawn into the revolutionary movement, setting the stage for the next chapter of his life. He began attending local meetings, discussing colonial rights and grievances against British rule. A man who had once proudly worn a British uniform was now beginning to question the very empire he had served. As the political landscape in the American colonies shifted, George Washington found himself increasingly involved in the growing resistance against British rule. The Stamp Act of 1765 and the subsequent Townshend Acts angered colonists who felt they were being unfairly taxed without representation in Parliament. Washington, like many of his peers, believed that the rights of Englishmen were being violated. Though he was not yet a radical, he voiced his opposition to British policies and began to align himself with those advocating for colonial self-governance. Washington's leadership and status as a landowner made him a respected figure in Virginia. He served in the Virginia House of Burgesses, where he joined other colonial leaders in condemning British taxation and calling for economic resistance. He supported non-importation agreements, which were designed to put financial pressure on Britain by boycotting British goods. Though still loyal to the Crown, Washington recognized that the colonial relationship with Britain was becoming increasingly strained. The passage of the Coercive Acts in 1774, meant to punish Massachusetts for the Boston Tea Party, convinced many that reconciliation with Britain was unlikely. In response, colonial leaders convened the First Continental Congress, where Washington attended as one of Virginia's representatives. Though he remained measured in his approach, he understood that military conflict was becoming a real possibility. When tensions finally erupted into violence at Lexington and Concord in April 1775, Washington knew that war was inevitable. That same year, the Second Continental Congress convened to address the growing crisis. The delegates needed a capable leader to organize and command the colonial militias against the British Army. Washington, with his military experience and reputation for discipline, was unanimously chosen as the commander-in-chief of the Continental Army. Though he accepted the position with humility, he understood the weight of the responsibility placed upon him. Leading an army against the most powerful military force in the world was a daunting challenge, but Washington was determined to fight for the cause of American independence. In July 1775, Washington arrived in Cambridge, Massachusetts, to take command of the assembled forces. What he found was a disorganized, poorly equipped militia with little training. The men lacked uniforms, discipline, and basic supplies. Recognizing the dire situation, Washington set about imposing order. He introduced strict military discipline, drilled his soldiers relentlessly, and sought to improve their living conditions. Despite the challenges, he managed to transform the ragtag group into a more capable fighting force. One of Washington's first major tests came during the siege of Boston. British troops under General Thomas Gage occupied the city while the Continental Army surrounded them. Washington knew that he needed artillery to drive the British out, and he found an opportunity when Colonel Henry Knox proposed an audacious plan. Knox led an expedition to retrieve cannons from Fort Ticonderoga, transporting them over rough terrain and frozen rivers to Boston. When the cannons arrived, Washington positioned them on Dorchester Heights, overlooking the city. The British, realizing they were vulnerable to bombardment, evacuated Boston in March 1776. Though the victory in Boston was a morale boost, Washington understood that the real fight was still ahead. The British were not going to abandon the colonies without a massive struggle. In the summer of 1776, a large British force arrived in New York, determined to crush the rebellion. Washington prepared to defend the city, but the odds were against him. The British had superior numbers, better trained soldiers, and a powerful navy. In August, the Battle of Long Island ended in disaster for the Continental Army. Outflanked and overwhelmed, Washington's forces suffered heavy losses. Despite the defeat, Washington's leadership proved invaluable. Under the cover of night, he orchestrated a daring retreat across the East River, saving his army from destruction. The retreat was carried out in near silence, with soldiers using muffled oars to avoid detection by the British. By dawn, Washington and his men had escaped to fight another day. This strategic withdrawal demonstrated his ability to think under pressure and avoid catastrophic losses. As the war continued, Washington faced continued hardships. He suffered additional defeats at White Plains and Fort Washington, forcing his army to retreat across New Jersey. Morale was low, and many believed the revolution was doomed to fail. But Washington refused to give up. As winter set in, he planned one of the boldest moves of his career, a surprise attack on the Hessian forces in Trenton, New Jersey. The outcome of this daring mission would determine whether the revolution had a chance of survival. On the night of December 25, 1776, as a brutal winter storm raged, George Washington led his army across the icy Delaware River. The soldiers, weary and demoralized from months of retreat, faced a near impossible task. The cold was unbearable, ice floes threatened to capsize their boats, and many of the men lacked proper clothing. Yet Washington knew that this attack was their best chance to turn the tide of the war. Failure meant the likely collapse of the revolution. By the early morning hours of December 26th, Washington's forces reached the outskirts of Trenton, New Jersey. The town was occupied by Hessian mercenaries, skilled German soldiers fighting for the British. But they were unprepared for an attack. After a night of Christmas celebrations, the Hessians were caught off guard as Washington's troops stormed into the town. The battle was swift and decisive. Within an hour, the Continental Army had overwhelmed the Hessians, capturing nearly 1,000 prisoners with minimal losses. The victory at Trenton electrified the revolution. It proved that the Continental Army could defeat professional soldiers and reignited hope in the cause of independence. Washington, understanding the need to maintain momentum, struck again just days later at the Battle of Princeton. Using deception and speed, he outmaneuvered British forces, securing another crucial victory. These twin successes forced the British to abandon much of New Jersey, buying Washington valuable time to rebuild his army. Despite these triumphs, Washington faced constant challenges. Supplies remained scarce, enlistments were expiring, and support for the war wavered. He spent the next months reorganizing his forces, training new recruits, and preparing for the battles ahead. The war was far from over, and Washington knew that the British would return with greater force. In the summer of 1777, British General William Howe launched a campaign to capture Philadelphia, the revolutionary capital. Washington moved his army to intercept him, leading to the Battle of Brandywine in September. The fight was fierce, but the British outflanked Washington's forces, forcing him to retreat. Though defeated, Washington refused to be discouraged. He regrouped and attempted a counterattack at Germantown, but once again, the British emerged victorious. By the end of the year, the Continental Army found itself at Valley Forge, where they endured one of the harshest winters of the war. Starvation, disease and freezing temperatures took a devastating toll. Thousands of soldiers died, and morale reached its lowest point. Yet Washington remained resolute. He worked tirelessly to keep the army together, lobbying Congress for supplies and instilling discipline within the ranks. It was during this time that Washington found an unlikely ally, Baron Friedrich von Steuben, a Prussian officer with extensive military experience. Von Steuben introduced rigorous training drills, transformed the army's tactics, and instilled discipline in the troops. By the time winter ended, Washington's army was no longer a ragtag militia, but a well-trained fighting force. In June 1778, Washington's revitalized army faced the British at the Battle of Monmouth. The battle was brutal, fought in scorching heat, but Washington's leadership ensured that the Continental Army held its ground. Though not a decisive victory, Monmouth demonstrated that Washington's troops could stand toe-to-toe with the British. As the war dragged on, Washington had to balance military strategy with political maneuvering. He worked closely with Congress to secure resources and navigated complex alliances with France and other foreign powers. The arrival of French support in 1778 provided a crucial advantage, and Washington began planning how to deliver the final blow to the British. With the war reaching its climax, Washington prepared for the campaign that would define his legacy. The fate of the Revolution and the future of the United States hung in the balance. By 1781, after years of brutal warfare, the American Revolution reached its most critical stage. The British, despite their superior forces, found themselves stretched thin across the colonies. Washington knew that a decisive victory was necessary to finally break their hold. He set his sights on Yorktown, Virginia, where British General Charles Cornwallis had fortified his troops. The moment was ripe for a final strike. Washington coordinated with the French, who had become invaluable allies. French General Rochambeau and Admiral de Grasse provided both ground forces and naval support, ensuring the British had no easy escape. In a daring maneuver, Washington's army left its encampment near New York, marching south over 400 miles toward Yorktown. To deceive the British, he maintained the illusion that an attack on New York was imminent. By the time Cornwallis realized Washington's true objective, it was too late. By September, American and French forces had completely surrounded Yorktown. Washington ordered a relentless bombardment, hammering the British defenses day and night. Trenches were dug, siege lines tightened, and the noose around Cornwallis's army grew smaller with each passing day. The final assault came in mid-October. Washington personally oversaw an attack on key British fortifications, including the dramatic capture of Redoubt 9 and Redoubt 10, critical defensive positions protecting the British lines. The British, exhausted and outnumbered, had no path to victory. On October 19, 1781, Cornwallis surrendered. The sight of British soldiers laying down their arms marked the moment the war effectively ended. Washington, ever the disciplined leader, ensured the victory was handled with dignity. He refused to accept Cornwallis's sword in person, instead sending one of his officers to receive it, an act demonstrating that the revolution was about the country, not personal glory. Though Yorktown was the decisive blow, Washington knew the war was not officially over. British troops remained in key areas, and negotiations in Europe still had to play out. He kept his army intact, maintaining discipline and order as the Treaty of Paris negotiations unfolded. Finally, in 1783, Britain recognized American independence, and the war came to an end. With victory secured, Washington faced a defining moment. Many expected him to seize power, even to declare himself king. But Washington did something almost unheard of in history. He resigned his commission, handing control back to Congress. His farewell to his officers at Francis Tavern in December 1783 was an emotional moment, solidifying his place as a leader who put country above personal ambition. He returned to Mount Vernon, intending to live out his days as a private citizen. But fate had other plans. The new nation struggled under the weak Articles of Confederation, and it became clear that a stronger government was needed. In 1787, Washington was called upon once again, this time to preside over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. His mere presence brought credibility to the proceedings. The result was the United States Constitution, a framework that would define the nation's future. As the country prepared to elect its first president, there was no real debate. Washington was the only choice. Despite his desire for retirement, he felt duty-bound to serve. In 1789, he was unanimously elected as the first president of the United States. A new chapter in his life, and in the nation's history, was about to begin. On April 30th, 1789, George Washington stood on the balcony of Federal Hall in New York City, placing his hand on the Bible as he took the oath of office. The weight of the moment was not lost on him. He was now the first president of the United States, tasked with leading a fragile new nation. There was no precedent, no guidebook. Every decision he made would set the foundation for the presidency itself. Washington approached his role with a deep sense of responsibility. He surrounded himself with capable advisors, forming the first presidential cabinet. Among them were Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State, Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury, and Henry Knox as Secretary of War. The ideological clashes between Jefferson and Hamilton would define much of Washington's presidency, shaping the early political landscape of the United States. One of Washington's first major challenges was stabilizing the nation's economy. Hamilton proposed a bold financial plan, including the federal government assuming state debts, the creation of a national bank, and new taxes to generate revenue. Jefferson fiercely opposed these measures, fearing they gave too much power to the central government. Washington, after careful deliberation, sided with Hamilton, believing a strong financial system was essential for national stability. This decision laid the groundwork for America's economic growth, but also deepened divisions between emerging political factions. As Washington worked to strengthen the government, tensions with foreign powers loomed. The French Revolution erupted in 1789, leading to a complex diplomatic crisis. France, seeing the United States as a revolutionary ally, expected American support in its war against Britain. Jefferson argued that the U.S. should honor its alliance with France, while Hamilton insisted on neutrality to avoid another devastating war. Washington ultimately issued the Proclamation of Neutrality in 1793, a controversial but crucial move that kept the young nation out of European conflicts. Domestically, Washington faced growing unrest. In 1791, Congress passed an excise tax on whiskey, sparking outrage among farmers in western Pennsylvania. The resistance escalated into the Whiskey Rebellion, with armed protesters threatening federal tax collectors. Determined to uphold the authority of the government, Washington personally led a militia force of 13,000 troops to suppress the rebellion, the first and only time a sitting U.S. president has done so. The swift response demonstrated the strength of the new federal government and set a precedent for law enforcement. Despite these challenges, Washington's leadership helped solidify the stability of the United States. His presidency established key traditions, including the peaceful transfer of power, the importance of a balanced cabinet, and the enforcement of federal laws. However, as his second term neared its end, political divisions deepened, and Washington grew weary of partisan conflicts. He longed for retirement, knowing that his departure would prove the government could function beyond his leadership. In 1796, Washington announced he would not seek a third term, delivering his farewell address, a speech that remains one of the most important in American history. He warned against the dangers of political parties, urged the nation to remain neutral in foreign affairs, and emphasized the importance of national unity. With his departure, he set the precedent of a two-term presidency, a tradition that would stand until the 20th century. After 8 years in office, Washington returned to Mount Vernon, finally embracing the quiet life he had long desired. But even in retirement, his influence over the nation remained strong. His leadership had carried the United States through its most fragile years, and his legacy as the father of the country was firmly cemented. The nation he had fought for, led, and shaped now stood on its own, ready to face the challenges of the future. In retirement, George Washington hoped to finally enjoy a peaceful life at Mount Vernon, tending to his estate and distancing himself from the political battles that had consumed his years in office. But the country he had helped create was far from stable. The divisions between Federalists and Democratic Republicans grew more intense, and tensions with foreign nations threatened to pull the United States into another war. Though he longed for solitude, Washington's presence was still needed on the national stage. By the late 1790s, France and Britain were once again locked in conflict, and both sought to drag the United States into their struggle. The French, angered by Washington's neutrality policy during his presidency, had begun seizing American merchant ships. President John Adams, Washington's successor, struggled to manage the crisis. Some in his administration, including Alexander Hamilton, pushed for military action against France. Adams, reluctant to escalate the situation, reached out to Washington in 1798, asking him to once again serve as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Army in the event of war. Washington, though hesitant, agreed. At 66 years old, he no longer had the energy to lead troops in the field, but he accepted the responsibility of organizing and structuring the nation's military defenses. He spent months advising the administration, ensuring that if war came, the country would be prepared. However, Adams ultimately managed to negotiate peace with France, and Washington's military leadership was never tested again. During this period, Washington remained at Mount Vernon, overseeing his plantation and managing the daily operations of his estate. Despite his wealth and status, he struggled with the economic realities of running such a large property. Mount Vernon relied heavily on enslaved labor, a practice Washington had grown increasingly uncomfortable with in his later years. Though he had not spoken publicly against slavery during his presidency, he had privately begun to question its morality and long-term consequences for the nation. In his final years, Washington made a historic decision, one that would define his personal legacy as much as his military and political achievements. In his will, he arranged for the emancipation of his enslaved workers upon the death of his wife Martha. This act made him one of the few founding fathers to free his slaves, though he did not live to see the broader abolitionist movement that would emerge decades later. As winter set in during December 1799, Washington continued his daily routine at Mount Vernon. On December 12th, After riding through his estate in freezing rain, he developed a severe throat infection. Within days, his condition worsened. Physicians attempted various treatments, including bloodletting, a common but misguided practice of the time. Despite their efforts, Washington's health rapidly declined. On the night of December 14, 1799, George Washington took his final breath. His last words, according to those present, were simple yet profound. "'Tis well." The news of his death spread quickly, and the nation entered a period of mourning. Tributes poured in from across the country, and even from abroad, with leaders like Napoleon Bonaparte ordering a period of mourning in France in honor of the American leader. Washington's legacy was unparalleled. He had led the nation through revolution, shaped its government, and set precedents that would guide future leaders for generations. His passing marked the end of an era, but his influence remained woven into the fabric of the United States. Even in death, George Washington stood as the embodiment of American ideals, strength, sacrifice, and an unwavering commitment to the principles of liberty and democracy. After the passing of George Washington, the United States entered a new phase of its history, one where his presence was no longer a guiding force. Yet, his influence remained deeply embedded in the young nation's political fabric. In the years following his death, leaders often invoked his name and principles when shaping policies and navigating the turbulent waters of early American governance. His farewell address, in particular, became a cornerstone of political discourse, warning against partisanship, entangling foreign alliances, and sectional divisions. Despite Washington's warnings, the nation quickly fell into the very struggles he had sought to prevent. The emergence of two distinct political factions, the Federalists led by John Adams and Alexander Hamilton, and the Democratic Republicans led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, intensified political rivalries. These factions often used Washington's legacy as a tool to justify their own positions, each claiming to uphold his vision for the country. His neutral stance on many issues, once seen as a strength, now became a point of contention in a nation increasingly divided by ideological differences. International affairs also tested Washington's enduring legacy. His policy of neutrality was challenged when tensions with Britain and France escalated into what became known as the Quasi-War, an undeclared naval conflict between the US and France. Many Americans look back to Washington's leadership for guidance, with Federalists advocating for stronger military defenses in his image, while Democratic Republicans pushed for diplomatic solutions in line with his reluctance to engage in foreign conflicts. Washington's Mount Vernon estate became a symbol of his lasting impact, visited by political leaders, foreign dignitaries, and citizens seeking inspiration. However, his personal legacy regarding slavery remained a point of complex discussion. While he had freed his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death, the institution of slavery continued to expand in the South, sparking debates that would grow into one of the nation's most divisive issues. Abolitionists pointed to Washington's final act as a step toward ending slavery, while Southern leaders argued that his earlier reliance on the system justified its continuation. As the United States continued to grow, Washington's image was immortalized in countless ways. His likeness appeared on currency, statues were erected in his honor, and his birthday became a national celebration. The naming of the new capital, Washington, D.C., further solidified his place in the nation's identity. Every president who followed was inevitably compared to Washington, measured against his leadership, integrity, and dedication to the country. By the early 19th century, the generation that had fought alongside Washington during the Revolution began to fade, leaving a new group of Americans who knew him only through stories, writings, and the institutions he had helped build. His vision for a strong but restrained government, his emphasis on civic duty, and his belief in the power of unity continued to shape the country's path forward. Even as political divisions deepened, Washington's name remained a unifying symbol, a reminder of the ideals upon which the United States was founded. As time passed, Washington's legacy evolved, reflecting the changing values and challenges of the nation. Yet, through every era of American history, his role as the father of the country endured, ensuring that his influence would never truly fade. His leadership in war and peace, his willingness to step away from power, and his steadfast commitment to the Republic remained a blueprint for generations to come, securing his place as one of history's most revered figures. As the years passed after George Washington's death, his legacy only grew stronger, shaping the identity of the young American nation. His influence extended beyond politics and military strategy. He became a symbol of the values and principles upon which the United States was founded. Schools, towns, and institutions were named in his honor, and his story was woven into the fabric of the country's historical narrative. Every generation looked to Washington as a model of leadership, integrity, and self-sacrifice. During the 19th century, Washington's reputation was upheld as the gold standard for American presidents. Political leaders often referenced his words and actions to justify their own decisions. His farewell address, with its warning against political factions and foreign entanglements, remained a guiding document, though the country increasingly struggled to adhere to its principles. The rise of sectionalism and debates over slavery tested the unity Washington had worked so hard to preserve. Yet, his example of putting the nation above personal interests continued to inspire those who sought compromise and national cohesion. The construction of the Washington Monument, which began in the mid-19th century, reflected the country's deep admiration for its first president. Planned as the tallest structure in the world at the time, the monument was meant to stand as a testament to Washington's greatness. However, delays and political turmoil, including the Civil War, stalled its completion for decades. The divided nation struggled to reconcile its differences, but Washington's image remained a rare unifying force, a reminder of a time when the country had come together to fight for independence. As the United States expanded westward, Washington's vision of a strong but restrained government was tested. The principles he championed, balance of power, civic duty, and national unity, were invoked in debates over the role of federal authority versus states' rights. His precedent of stepping down after 2 terms remained unchallenged until Franklin D. Roosevelt's presidency over a century later. Even as the nation transformed, Washington's example remained a benchmark for leaders navigating the complexities of governance. Beyond politics, Washington's agricultural innovations and economic foresight influenced generations of American farmers and entrepreneurs. His leadership extended beyond the battlefield and the presidency. He was a forward-thinking landowner who experimented with crop rotation, soil conservation, and sustainable farming practices at Mount Vernon. Historians later recognized his contributions to American agriculture as a reflection of his strategic mindset and long-term vision. The 20th century saw Washington's image become even more deeply ingrained in American culture. His face was immortalized on the $1 bill and the quarter, ensuring that his presence was a daily reminder of the country's foundations. The bicentennial celebrations of his birth in 1932 saw nationwide tributes, parades, and scholarly reflections on his enduring influence. His life and achievements were studied extensively, reinforcing his role as an unparalleled figure in American history. As modern America evolved, Washington's ideals continued to be referenced in discussions of leadership, democracy, and national unity. His story was taught in schools, his writings analyzed by scholars, and his leadership principles cited by politicians across ideological lines. Despite the many challenges the United States faced, Washington's example remained a touchstone, a symbol of what the nation aspired to be. Even centuries after his death, George Washington's legacy endured as a guiding light. His unwavering commitment to the American experiment, his belief in the power of unity, and his willingness to relinquish power for the greater good set him apart as one of history's most extraordinary leaders. As long as the United States exists, his name will remain synonymous with the ideals of freedom, resilience, and selfless service to a greater cause. George Washington's influence on the United States extended far beyond his presidency. As the nation grew and evolved, his leadership style and principles became the foundation for how future leaders governed. His vision of unity, civic duty, and resistance to unchecked power continued to shape the republic he had fought so hard to establish. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Washington's name was invoked during times of national crisis, serving as a reminder of the sacrifices made to secure American independence and stability. One of Washington's most lasting contributions was his emphasis on the peaceful transition of power. His decision to voluntarily step down after 2 terms set a precedent that lasted until Franklin D. Roosevelt's unprecedented 4-term presidency. This tradition of limited executive power was later solidified in the 22nd Amendment, ensuring that no president could hold office indefinitely. Washington's foresight in relinquishing control reinforced the idea that the presidency was a temporary role, not a position for life. Washington's military strategies and leadership skills also continued to influence American warfare. His use of unconventional tactics during the Revolutionary War inspired future military leaders who studied his campaigns to understand how a smaller, less equipped force could defeat a superior enemy. His leadership at Valley Forge, where he maintained morale and discipline under extreme conditions, became a case study in perseverance and command under pressure. Military academies such as West Point incorporated his strategies into their curricula, ensuring that Washington's influence remained central to American military education. Culturally, Washington's legacy took on a near-mythical status. His birthday became a national holiday, celebrated across the country with parades, speeches, and tributes. Stories of his honesty, such as the famous but likely apocryphal tale of him admitting to chopping down a cherry tree, reinforced the image of Washington as a man of unwavering integrity. He was depicted in countless works of art, from grand oil paintings to sculptures in the nation's capital. His face on Mount Rushmore, alongside other revered presidents, further cemented his status as a defining figure in American history. Throughout the Civil War, both the Union and Confederate sides invoked Washington's name to justify their causes. Union leaders cited his belief in a strong, united nation as support for preserving the Union, while the Confederacy framed their struggle as an extension of the fight for independence from tyranny. Washington's legacy was thus used as a powerful rhetorical tool, illustrating how deeply ingrained his influence was in the American psyche. During the 20th century, as the United States emerged as a global superpower, Washington's foreign policy principles were revisited time and again. His farewell address, particularly his warning against entangling alliances, was referenced during debates over America's involvement in both world wars, the Cold War, and numerous foreign conflicts. While his advice was not always followed, it remained a guiding framework for discussions on military intervention and diplomatic strategy. Washington's personal character and leadership philosophy continued to be a benchmark for assessing presidents and public figures. His ability to navigate deep political divisions without succumbing to partisan pressures was admired across the political spectrum. As the United States faced new challenges, From economic downturns to civil rights struggles, Washington's legacy remained a unifying symbol of the ideals upon which the nation was built. Even in the modern era, Washington's name carries immense weight. Schools, institutions, and landmarks bearing his name serve as daily reminders of his contributions. His residence at Mount Vernon, carefully preserved as a historical site, attracts millions of visitors seeking to understand the man behind the legend. His writings, particularly his letters and speeches, continue to be studied by historians and political scholars, offering insights into the principles that shaped the United States. More than 2 centuries after his death, George Washington's impact on America remains unparalleled. His vision for the country, his commitment to democratic principles, and his leadership in times of crisis established a standard that leaders still aspire to meet. The nation he helped create stands as a testament to his enduring influence, ensuring that his legacy will never fade from history. As the United States progressed into the 19th century, George Washington's legacy remained a cornerstone of the nation's identity. His principles of leadership, governance, and national unity continued to guide the country through its growing pains, influencing every aspect of American life. His name was invoked in political debates, his image was honored in monuments and currency, and his writings were studied as a blueprint for maintaining the republic he had helped establish. Washington's role as the first president set enduring precedents that defined the office. His belief in a strong but limited executive branch provided a model for future presidents to follow. He demonstrated that power should be exercised with restraint, a lesson that many leaders took to heart. The balance he struck between authority and humility shaped how the presidency evolved, ensuring that it remained a position of service rather than domination. During times of national crisis, Washington's leadership was often referenced as an example of steadfastness and integrity. In the War of 1812, as the young nation faced its first major conflict since the Revolution, Americans looked back on Washington's military strategies and leadership style for inspiration. His emphasis on unity and perseverance served as a guiding principle for those who sought to defend the nation's sovereignty. Politically, Washington's warnings against factionalism and excessive partisanship became increasingly relevant as divisions deepened within the United States. The emergence of strong political parties, despite his cautionary advice in the farewell address, led to heated debates about the nature of governance. Yet, his legacy remained a reminder that national interest should always come before partisan loyalty. Leaders from both sides of the political spectrum often cited Washington's example when calling for bipartisanship and compromise. Economically, Washington's vision for a self-sustaining and independent nation influenced policies for decades. His support for infrastructure projects, a stable currency, and economic self-reliance echoed through the policies of later administrations. The financial institutions he helped establish, such as the Bank of the United States, played a crucial role in the country's economic development. His forward-thinking approach to commerce and trade laid the groundwork for America's rise as an economic powerhouse. Culturally, Washington's image was woven into the fabric of American society. Schools, towns, and entire states were named after him, ensuring that every generation would be reminded of his contributions. Artists and writers continued to immortalize his life through literature, paintings, and plays, reinforcing his role as the nation's foremost founding father. His story was taught in classrooms as an essential part of American history, and his character was celebrated as the ideal model of leadership and patriotism. As the country expanded westward, Washington's vision for a united and prosperous nation faced new challenges. The debates over slavery, territorial expansion, and states' rights tested the unity he had fought so hard to preserve. His legacy was often invoked by both sides in these conflicts, with each interpreting his ideals to support their respective positions. Despite these divisions, Washington's unwavering commitment to the nation's stability remained a touchstone for those seeking to keep the country intact. The physical preservation of Washington's legacy also became a national priority. Mount Vernon, his beloved estate, was carefully maintained as a historic landmark. Visitors from across the country and around the world traveled to see the home of the man who had shaped American history. Efforts to protect his artifacts, letters, and military relics ensured that future generations would have direct access to the tangible remnants of his life and work. Washington's influence reached beyond the borders of the United States. Internationally, he was respected as a symbol of Republican ideals and democratic governance. His leadership style and commitment to national sovereignty were studied by leaders in emerging democracies around the world. The example he set for peaceful transitions of power and principled leadership was admired by statesmen in countries seeking to build their own stable governments. By the mid-19th century, George Washington had become more than just a historical figure. He was a national institution. His legacy continued to shape the country's political, economic, and cultural landscape, reinforcing the values of perseverance, duty, and unity. As the United States faced new trials and transformations, his presence remained an enduring force, guiding the nation forward in its quest to uphold the ideals upon which it was founded. As the United States entered an era of rapid change, the influence of George Washington's legacy continued to shape the nation. His foundational principles were referenced in times of political uncertainty, economic expansion, and social transformation. The government he helped establish faced new challenges, yet his vision for a strong, united, and self-sufficient republic remained a guiding force for future generations. Washington's emphasis on national unity became increasingly relevant as the nation expanded westward. The addition of new states and territories brought with it debates over governance, representation, and the extension of rights. The Missouri Compromise and other legislative efforts to maintain the balance of power between free and slave states often referenced Washington's warnings against sectionalism. Leaders on both sides of the debate cited his farewell address, using his words to support their conflicting arguments. Economically, Washington's policies laid the groundwork for America's transition into an industrial powerhouse. His belief in infrastructure development, national banking, and a diversified economy influenced policies that supported canals, railroads, and burgeoning industries. The financial systems he helped create continued to facilitate commerce and trade, fueling the country's growth into one of the world's leading economies. In military matters, Washington's strategic insights were studied by generations of officers at West Point and beyond. His understanding of asymmetrical warfare, discipline, and leadership remained central to American military doctrine. During conflicts such as the Mexican-American War and the Civil War, his principles of command and organization were invoked by military leaders seeking to emulate his effectiveness on the battlefield. The preservation of Washington's physical legacy also became a national priority. The Mount Vernon Ladies Association, founded in the mid-19th century, took on the responsibility of maintaining his estate, ensuring that it remained a symbol of his contributions. Citizens from all walks of life donated funds to preserve Mount Vernon, demonstrating the deep and widespread reverence for Washington's memory. Culturally, Washington's influence continued to permeate American society. His name, image, and legacy were immortalized in literature, speeches, and public monuments. The Washington Monument, whose construction began in the early 19th century, stood as a towering tribute to his leadership and sacrifice. Schools, towns, and institutions bearing his name reinforced his presence in everyday American life, ensuring that each new generation recognized his role in shaping the nation. As the nation faced growing internal divisions, Washington's call for unity was increasingly invoked. Political leaders and scholars looked to his example as they navigated crises that threatened to fracture the country. Even as the United States moved further from its revolutionary origins, Washington's legacy remained a constant source of guidance and inspiration, reminding Americans of the values upon which their nation was built. As the United States progressed further into the 19th century, George Washington's influence remained a powerful force in shaping the nation's ideals and identity. His words and actions continued to be studied, debated, and revered by politicians, military leaders, and citizens alike. Every major political crisis or decision was often measured against his standards of leadership, and his farewell address remained a cornerstone of American political philosophy. The continued expansion of the country brought new challenges that tested Washington's vision of unity and national cohesion. The growing tensions between North and South over economic policies and slavery increasingly divided the country. As debates raged in Congress, many leaders invoked Washington's warnings against sectionalism. His calls for unity and avoiding entangling alliances were repeated in speeches, editorials, and legislative discussions as the country sought to find common ground amidst rising discord. Washington's influence also extended into foreign policy. The Monroe Doctrine, which shaped America's approach to foreign relations for decades, was deeply rooted in Washington's principles of neutrality and non-intervention. His belief in avoiding permanent alliances guided diplomatic strategies as the nation grew into a global power. Even as the United States engaged in conflicts such as the Mexican-American War, Washington's emphasis on national interest over foreign entanglements remained a foundational principle in policy decisions. Domestically, Washington's economic policies continued to shape the nation's growth. The infrastructure projects he had once advocated evolved into vast networks of railroads, canals, and roads that connected the expanding states. His belief in a strong financial system was reflected in the ongoing development of banking institutions, which provided the capital necessary for industrial expansion. His vision of economic self-sufficiency influenced generations of leaders who sought to balance agriculture, commerce, and industry. Culturally, Washington's image remained an enduring symbol of American identity. His likeness appeared on currency, statues, and public buildings, ensuring that his legacy was never far from the public consciousness. His birthday became a national celebration, reinforcing his role as the father of the nation. Schools and universities continued to teach his story, emphasizing his virtues of duty, sacrifice, and leadership. As the Civil War loomed on the horizon, Washington's legacy took on new significance. Both the Union and the Confederacy claimed to uphold his vision of the nation. Leaders on both sides cited his words, interpreting them in ways that supported their causes. Yet, even in the face of internal strife, Washington's call for unity and perseverance remained a guiding force, reminding Americans of the principles upon which their country was founded. His leadership during the Revolutionary War and his presidency continued to serve as an example of resilience and moral fortitude. As the nation stood on the brink of its greatest internal conflict, Washington's life and legacy remained a source of inspiration for those striving to preserve the Union and the values he had fought to establish. As the United States entered the Civil War, George Washington's legacy was invoked more than ever before. Both the Union and the Confederacy saw themselves as the rightful heirs to his vision, using his words and actions to justify their causes. His warnings about sectionalism and the importance of national unity were debated in Congress, newspapers, and battlefields alike. While Washington had fought to unite the colonies into a single nation, the country now found itself on the brink of destruction, torn apart by irreconcilable differences. Abraham Lincoln, who revered Washington's leadership, often referenced his ideals when addressing the nation. In the midst of war, Lincoln sought to uphold Washington's principles, emphasizing the importance of preserving the Union above all else. He believed that the experiment Washington had helped build could not be allowed to fail, no matter the cost. The struggle to hold the United States together was seen as a direct continuation of Washington's fight for independence, only now the battle was within rather than against a foreign power. Meanwhile, the Confederacy claimed Washington as their own, highlighting his role as a Virginian and a defender of state sovereignty. Southern leaders framed their secession as an extension of the Revolutionary War, arguing that they were fighting for the same principles of self-governance that Washington had championed. His name was used to rally troops, inspire loyalty, and lend historical legitimacy to their cause. Even as the nation split in two, Washington's legacy remained a unifying symbol for both sides. Beyond the war itself, Washington's influence was deeply felt in military strategy. His ability to lead an underdog force against a superior enemy was studied by both Union and Confederate generals. His emphasis on discipline, adaptability, and resilience became guiding principles for officers on both sides of the conflict. His crossing of the Delaware River, his winter at Valley Forge, and his strategic patience during the Revolutionary War were all used as examples of the kind of leadership required in times of crisis. As the war raged on, Washington's Mount Vernon estate remained a place of national significance. Despite being located in Virginia, Confederate forces largely refrained from occupying or damaging the property, recognizing its symbolic importance to both North and South. Mount Vernon became neutral ground, visited by soldiers from both sides who sought a connection to the man whose vision had shaped the nation they were now fighting over. The preservation of his home during such a destructive period was a testament to the enduring respect he commanded. When the war finally ended and the Union was preserved, Washington's vision of a united America was reaffirmed. The principles he had championed, perseverance, national identity, and the rule of law, became the foundation for the country's rebuilding process. As Lincoln had hoped, Washington's ideals provided a path forward, guiding the United States through its darkest hour and into an uncertain but hopeful future. His legacy once again proved to be the glue holding the nation together. After George Washington's death in 1799, his influence on the United States only grew stronger. His leadership, character, and principles became the gold standard by which future presidents and political leaders were measured. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, his legacy continued to shape American governance, military strategy, and national identity. Politically, Washington's precedent of serving only 2 terms as president set an unwritten rule that lasted until Franklin D. Roosevelt's 4-term presidency, which ultimately led to the formalization of the 2-term limit in the 22nd Amendment. His warnings against political factions in his farewell address remained relevant as the two-party system emerged and evolved, often serving as a reminder of the dangers of extreme partisanship. His advocacy for a strong but balanced central government influenced the structure of American governance. The checks and balances he helped establish ensured that no single branch of government could dominate, preserving democratic stability through times of crisis. Presidents such as Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and even Abraham Lincoln frequently referenced Washington's leadership when navigating difficult political decisions. In military affairs, Washington's emphasis on discipline, adaptability, and strategic patience became core principles of the U.S. Armed Forces. His legacy was studied in military academies, including West Point, which was established in 1802 under Thomas Jefferson's administration. Generals such as Ulysses S. Grant and Dwight D. Eisenhower looked to Washington's leadership style for inspiration in commanding their forces. Culturally, Washington's image became an enduring national symbol. His face was placed on the $1 bill and the quarter, ensuring that his likeness was seen daily by millions. The naming of the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., reinforced his lasting impact on the country's political heart. Countless schools, streets and monuments were dedicated to him, further cementing his place in the American consciousness. Washington's influence extended beyond the United States. Leaders of newly formed republics in the 19th and 20th centuries studied his leadership as they sought to build stable democracies. His restraint in consolidating power and his commitment to peaceful transitions of leadership became an example for nations striving to establish lasting governments. Even in the modern era, Washington's legacy remains deeply embedded in American political discourse. His words on unity, responsibility, and civic duty continue to be cited in times of national uncertainty. Every generation of leaders and citizens looks back to Washington as a guiding figure, ensuring that his influence endures far beyond his lifetime. One of the most enduring aspects of George Washington's influence was his role in shaping the American presidency. His decision to step down after 2 terms created a standard that reinforced the idea that the office should not become a lifetime appointment. This peaceful transition of power set a precedent that would distinguish the United States from other nations where leaders often clung to power indefinitely. Future presidents, from Thomas Jefferson to Theodore Roosevelt, often looked to Washington's example when determining their own approach to governance. His farewell address, which warned against entangling foreign alliances, excessive political partisanship, and regional divisions, remained a guiding document for American policymakers. Throughout the 19th century, Washington's foreign policy principles influenced decisions such as the Monroe Doctrine, which asserted that European powers should not interfere in the affairs of the Western Hemisphere. Even in the 20th century, leaders such as Woodrow Wilson and Franklin D. Roosevelt reflected on Washington's words when navigating international conflicts. Beyond politics, Washington's personal virtues of integrity, duty, and humility became deeply embedded in American culture. He was often portrayed as the ideal statesman, a man who led not out of ambition, but out of a sense of obligation to his country. His reputation for honesty, exemplified by the legendary, but likely apocryphal story of the cherry tree, was used to teach generations of school children about the importance of truthfulness and moral character. Washington's influence extended into the judicial system as well. The Supreme Court, under Chief Justice John Marshall, often referred to his leadership when interpreting the Constitution. His role in establishing executive authority while respecting the separation of powers provided a framework that continued to guide legal decisions for centuries. Marshall, in particular, sought to strengthen the federal government, citing Washington's vision of a united and effective national authority. His impact on the military was equally profound. The principles he established in the Continental Army, discipline, strategic patience, and civilian control of the military, became core tenets of American military doctrine. Generals such as Robert E. Lee, and later Dwight D. Eisenhower studied his campaigns for lessons in leadership and resilience. Washington's ability to inspire loyalty among his troops, despite hardships at Valley Forge, remained a powerful example of military command. Throughout American history, Washington's name and image have been invoked during times of crisis. During the Civil War, both the Union and Confederacy saw him as a symbol of their cause. In World War II, Franklin D. Roosevelt likened the fight against fascism to Washington's struggle for independence. Even in modern times, his legacy is referenced when leaders seek to unite the nation in the face of adversity. More than 2 centuries after his death, George Washington's influence continues to shape the identity of the United States. His vision of a nation built on unity, civic responsibility, and democratic governance remains a cornerstone of American ideals. As long as the country endures, Washington's legacy will serve as both a foundation and a guiding light for future generations. Washington's influence did not wane with time. Instead, it deepened, shaping the very essence of American identity. As the United States expanded westward in the 19th century, his vision of a strong but limited federal government guided policymakers through the challenges of governance over an increasingly vast and diverse nation. His belief in national unity remained a touchstone during moments of division, particularly during the Civil War, when leaders from both the Union and the Confederacy evoked his legacy to justify their causes. The construction of the Washington Monument, begun in 1848 and completed in 1884, demonstrated the nation's deep respect for its first president. The towering obelisk in the heart of the Capitol served as a permanent reminder of his towering influence, inspiring countless visitors with the ideals he championed. Similarly, the naming of Washington, D.C., ensured that every decision made in the nation's political epicenter was symbolically tied to his legacy. In the early 20th century, Washington's image was further cemented in American culture. The 1932 bicentennial of his birth saw a nationwide celebration, reinforcing his role as a guiding figure during the Great Depression. His presence on the $1 bill and the quarter made his face one of the most recognizable symbols of American stability and perseverance. Leaders such as Franklin D. Roosevelt and Dwight D. Eisenhower drew direct comparisons between Washington's leadership and their own struggles during times of national crisis. Beyond the borders of the United States, Washington's influence extended to other nations striving for self-governance. His rejection of monarchical rule and his voluntary relinquishment of power set an example for emerging republics. Revolutionary leaders in Latin America, such as Simón Bolívar, admired his restraint and vision, modeling aspects of their own leadership on his legacy. In Europe, statesmen saw his ability to balance authority with democratic principles as an ideal worth emulating. Even in the modern era, Washington's words and actions continue to shape political thought. His insistence on neutrality in foreign affairs is still debated in discussions about American interventionism. His warnings against excessive partisanship are frequently cited as the nation grapples with political polarization. His commitment to civic duty and service remains a model for public officials and citizens alike. Through every war, every economic challenge, and every period of uncertainty, the figure of George Washington looms large. His story is retold in classrooms, referenced in presidential speeches, and embedded in the symbols of the nation. More than just the first president, he became the embodiment of American ideals, honor, perseverance, and unity. As long as the United States exists, Washington's legacy will endure, a reminder of the foundation upon which the nation was built and the principles that continue to guide it forward. As the United States entered the 21st century, George Washington's legacy remained as relevant as ever. His ideals of leadership, unity, and service continued to influence political discourse, military strategy, and public policy. Every newly elected president studied his farewell address, seeking wisdom in his warnings about partisanship, foreign entanglements, and the dangers of unchecked power. His leadership during the American Revolution and his presidency set a standard that leaders still aspired to follow. Washington's influence on the U.S. military remained particularly strong. The leadership principles he established during the Revolutionary War, discipline, adaptability, and leading by example, became core values in the training of American officers. The military academies at West Point and Annapolis frequently referenced his strategic decisions, reinforcing his role as a foundational figure in American warfare. During times of crisis, from the Civil War to World War II to modern conflicts, military leaders invoked his name as a source of inspiration and guidance. Beyond government and the military, Washington's values continued to shape American society. His emphasis on civic duty encouraged public service, with generations of Americans looking to his example when taking up roles in government, education, and community leadership. The concept of term limits, inspired by his voluntary departure from the presidency, remained a defining feature of American democracy. His insistence on a peaceful transition of power provided reassurance during moments of political instability. Washington's vision of national unity was frequently invoked during periods of division. In times of social unrest or ideological conflict, leaders reminded the nation of his warnings against political factionalism and sectionalism. His belief in the strength of a united republic influenced efforts to bridge divides, emphasizing the shared principles that formed the foundation of the country. His commitment to democratic governance, personal integrity, and national service remained central to the American identity. Culturally, Washington's legacy was preserved through countless books, films, and historical reenactments. His life was studied in classrooms, his speeches were analyzed in political debates, and his image was displayed in government buildings, museums, and national parks. He remained a symbol of leadership, resilience, and the enduring spirit of the American experiment. Even in an era of rapid technological advancement and global change, George Washington's legacy continued to shape the nation he helped create. His words and actions echoed through history, a reminder of the principles that defined the United States. As long as the nation endured, so too would the influence of its first and most revered leader. Washington's influence extended beyond the borders of the United States, shaping democratic movements and political philosophies around the world. His model of leadership and governance was studied by emerging republics, and his decision to step down after 2 terms became a precedent for democratic transitions worldwide. As nations sought to balance power, ensure stability, and prevent authoritarian rule, Washington's example provided guidance and inspiration. In Europe, political thinkers and statesmen analyzed Washington's leadership during the American Revolution and his presidency. The French Revolution, inspired in part by the American struggle for independence, saw Washington's name invoked as a model of restraint and duty. While European monarchies grappled with shifting political landscapes, reformers pointed to Washington's voluntary relinquishment of power as a demonstration of true republicanism. His leadership style influenced constitutional debates and the creation of governments in nations seeking democratic foundations. Latin America also felt the impact of Washington's legacy. Revolutionary leaders such as Simón Bolívar admired his strategic acumen and dedication to self-governance. Bolívar, who sought to free South America from Spanish rule, viewed Washington as the ideal leader, one who fought for independence and then willingly returned to private life rather than seizing absolute power. Washington's principles of leadership helped shape the development of republican institutions in newly independent nations. His influence reached even further as democratic ideals spread across the globe. Leaders in Africa and Asia referenced Washington when advocating for self-rule and constitutional governance. The post-colonial era of the 20th century saw newly formed nations look to Washington's presidency as a model for balancing authority while maintaining individual freedoms. His emphasis on civilian leadership over military rule served as a cornerstone for modern democratic institutions worldwide. Washington's approach to foreign policy, particularly his emphasis on neutrality and non-intervention, remained a subject of debate in international relations. His farewell address warned against entangling alliances, a principle that influenced American foreign policy for over a century. While the United States eventually became more engaged on the world stage, Washington's vision of measured diplomacy and national sovereignty continued to shape discussions on military intervention and international commitments. His legacy also endured in the realm of global leadership and governance. As world leaders navigated crises, they often cited Washington's patience, strategic thinking, and ability to unite a divided people. His unwavering commitment to principles over personal power served as a reminder that leadership was not about self-interest, but about the greater good. His name became synonymous with the ideals of democracy, liberty, and responsible governance. Generations after his time, Washington remained not just a figure of American history, but a global symbol of leadership. His life's work resonated far beyond his own nation, influencing movements for freedom, democratic governance, and principled leadership across continents. His enduring legacy proved that true leadership transcends time and borders, continuing to inspire those who seek justice, stability, and a government by the people. Washington's impact on the world was not limited to the era in which he lived. His leadership and principles shaped the global understanding of democracy, governance, and the responsibilities of leadership. Across continents, nations aspiring to self-governance and stability found inspiration in his presidency and his commitment to public service. His legacy became a touchstone for those seeking to establish and maintain democratic institutions. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Washington's ideas influenced the development of constitutional democracies worldwide. As countries in Europe moved away from absolute monarchies, political reformers invoked Washington's model of leadership as an alternative to authoritarian rule. His voluntary retirement after 2 terms in office became a standard for democratic transitions, reinforcing the importance of limited power and civilian authority. Leaders from newly established republics in France, Germany, and beyond studied Washington's actions, using them as guiding principles in structuring their own governments. In Latin America, revolutionary figures such as Simón Bolívar and José de San Martín viewed Washington as a model statesman. His ability to lead an armed struggle for independence while maintaining a commitment to democratic ideals resonated deeply with their own fights against colonial rule. Bolívar, in particular, saw Washington's rejection of monarchical power as a precedent for republican leadership. The influence of Washington's governance continued to shape Latin American political thought, emphasizing the importance of checks and balances in government. Africa and Asia also felt the lasting impact of Washington's ideals as former colonies fought for independence in the mid-20th century. As leaders in India, Ghana, and South Africa worked to build stable governments, Washington's vision of leadership served as a foundation for their own political structures. His emphasis on national unity, service to the people, and the peaceful transition of power provided a blueprint for leaders navigating the complexities of independence and governance. Figures like Kwame Nkrumah and Jawaharlal Nehru cited Washington's principles when designing their nation's democratic frameworks. Washington's influence even extended into modern global institutions. The emphasis he placed on diplomacy, national sovereignty, and non-entanglement in foreign affairs influenced international relations and policies of neutrality for many nations. His farewell address continued to be referenced in discussions of foreign policy, serving as a warning about overcommitment in international conflicts. Countries seeking to maintain balanced international relations often look to his policies as a model for strategic autonomy and self-determination. In education, Washington remained a central figure in the study of political leadership. Universities and academies around the world incorporated his speeches, letters, and policies into curricula designed to teach the values of ethical leadership, governance, and military strategy. His ability to unite a divided people and lay the groundwork for a functioning democracy remained an invaluable lesson for future generations. Even in the digital age, Washington's name and legacy persisted. His leadership continued to be a reference point in global politics, serving as a reminder of the ideals upon which democratic societies were built. His life's work transcended national borders, reinforcing the universal values of duty, honor, and service. Washington's influence proved that true leadership was not just about personal ambition, but about shaping a future in which freedom and democracy could thrive for all people. Washington's legacy continued to shape the modern world long after his passing, influencing political leaders, social movements, and global governance. As the world evolved, his principles remained relevant, serving as a benchmark for democratic values, national identity, and ethical leadership. The example he set in the 18th century transcended time, impacting how nations approached leadership and governance in the 21st century. His farewell address, particularly his warnings against political factionalism and foreign entanglements, remained a cornerstone of political thought. Leaders in the United States and abroad cited his words when navigating periods of political polarization and international conflict. His belief in unity over partisanship served as a reminder of the dangers of internal division, a lesson that resonated in moments of national crisis. Many governments used Washington's emphasis on stable, balanced governance as a guiding principle in structuring their own institutions. As democracy spread across the globe, Washington's model of leadership became a blueprint for newly formed republics. His commitment to civilian governance over military rule influenced the transition of power in multiple nations. Even in times of dictatorship and authoritarianism, opposition leaders looked to Washington as an example of how to lead with integrity and self-restraint. His voluntary resignation from the presidency was particularly influential, demonstrating that true leadership was rooted in service rather than personal gain. Beyond politics, Washington's name became synonymous with national identity and the preservation of historical values. Cities, institutions, and landmarks around the world bore his name, reinforcing his status as a universal figure of leadership. His influence extended into education, where political science and leadership programs analyzed his strategies, decisions, and philosophies. Military academies studied his tactics, and historians continued to debate the finer details of his contributions to global history. The impact of Washington's leadership was also evident in social movements. His dedication to personal responsibility and national service inspired leaders across the political spectrum. Advocates for civil rights, economic reform, and global diplomacy referenced Washington's principles when fighting for justice and stability. His ability to unify disparate factions and guide a young nation through uncertainty provided a timeless example of resilience and vision. Even in modern times, Washington's approach to governance remained a source of debate and reflection. His insistence on national sovereignty and cautious engagement with foreign powers influenced contemporary discussions on foreign policy. While global conflicts and alliances evolved beyond what Washington could have foreseen, his foundational principles of diplomacy, national interest, and measured decision-making continued to inform international relations. Through centuries of political change and technological advancement, Washington's name remained a touchstone for leadership. His vision of a nation built on unity, self-governance, and principled leadership continued to inspire not just Americans, but people around the world seeking to create just and stable societies. His enduring legacy proved that the true measure of leadership was not in personal power, but in the ability to shape a better future for generations to come. In his final years, George Washington sought the peace and simplicity of private life at Mount Vernon. After leaving the presidency in 1797, he was relieved to step away from public affairs, yet his sense of duty never faded. He dedicated his time to managing his estate, improving agricultural techniques, and overseeing the daily operations of his vast plantation. Though he longed for a quiet retirement, the weight of national affairs continued to follow him. As political tensions between the United States and France escalated into the quasi-war, Washington was once again called upon to serve. In 1798, President John Adams appointed him as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Army, a position he reluctantly accepted. Though he left active leadership to Alexander Hamilton, his presence alone reassured the nation. He carefully advised on military preparations, ensuring that the young republic remained ready to defend itself if necessary. His willingness to serve, even in old age, reaffirmed his lifelong commitment to the country he had helped build. Despite these obligations, Washington's true focus remained on Mount Vernon. He was deeply invested in modernizing farming methods and experimenting with crop rotation, soil conservation, and livestock breeding. His estate became a model of innovation, and he corresponded with agricultural experts to share knowledge. However, as he worked to improve his land, he also struggled with the moral contradictions of slavery. Though he had long expressed unease with the institution, he had yet to take decisive action. In his will, Washington made a landmark decision. He ordered the emancipation of his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death. This act, though limited in scope, set him apart from many of his contemporaries and underscored his evolving views on the issue. Washington's health began to decline in late 1799. On December 12, after riding through cold and wet conditions on his plantation, he developed a severe throat infection. His condition worsened rapidly, and despite the efforts of physicians, he succumbed to illness on December 14, 1799. His death sent shockwaves through the nation. Tributes poured in from all corners of the country and beyond, with leaders from Europe and the Americas recognizing his unparalleled contributions to history. Martha Washington, devastated by the loss of her husband, carried out his final wishes, including the emancipation of their enslaved workers. The nation entered a period of mourning, honoring the man who had guided them through revolution and the fragile early years of independence. His funeral at Mount Vernon was a private affair, attended by close family and friends, but the nation at large held its own memorials in his honor. Congress declared him first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen, a phrase that would forever define his legacy. Even in death, Washington's presence loomed over the United States. His leadership style became the gold standard for future presidents. His warnings against political division were revisited during times of national strife, and his dedication to democracy continued to inspire generations. His final years, though quieter than the height of his power, were marked by an unwavering commitment to service and an enduring influence on the country he helped forge. As George Washington prepared to leave the presidency, he delivered one of the most significant speeches in American history. His farewell address, published on September 19, 1796. This address was not a spoken speech, but a carefully crafted letter to the American people. In it, Washington reflected on his time in office, offered guidance for the nation's future, and issued warnings that would remain relevant for centuries to come. One of Washington's most pressing concerns was the danger of political factionalism. He feared that political parties would divide the nation, turning government into a battleground of personal rivalries and regional interests rather than a unified effort for the common good. He warned that parties would lead to corruption, manipulation by foreign influences, and the erosion of national unity. Despite his caution, political factions had already begun forming, with Federalists and Democratic Republicans vying for power, a trend that would only intensify in the years to come. Washington also emphasized the importance of national unity. He believed that sectionalism, loyalty to a particular region over the whole nation, would weaken the republic and open the door to internal strife. He urged Americans to see themselves first and foremost as citizens of a united country, rather than as members of competing states or factions. His words carried even greater weight as tensions between North and South began to grow, eventually culminating in the Civil War decades later. Another major theme of the farewell address was Washington's warning against permanent foreign alliances. He argued that while trade and temporary agreements with other nations were necessary, the United States should avoid long-term political or military entanglements. He believed that such alliances would drag the young nation into unnecessary conflicts and compromise its sovereignty. This principle of non-intervention shaped American foreign policy for over a century, influencing decisions from the early 19th century through the isolationist stance before World War I. Washington also stressed the necessity of morality and religion in maintaining a stable government. He saw virtue and ethical leadership as essential to the survival of a free republic. While he advocated for religious tolerance, he believed that moral principles rooted in faith provided the foundation for good governance. His views on civic responsibility and personal integrity became lasting pillars of American political philosophy. His final warning was about the dangers of an overgrown military establishment. While he understood the need for national defense, he feared that a powerful standing army could become a tool for tyranny if not kept in check by civilian oversight. This concern shaped early American defense policies, reinforcing the idea that military power should always remain subordinate to elected leadership. Washington's farewell address set a precedent for future leaders, offering a roadmap for the nation's development. Over the years, presidents and policymakers have revisited his words, finding wisdom in his warnings. His call for unity, caution in foreign affairs, and resistance to political division remain as relevant today as they were in 1796. His final message to the American people was not just a farewell, it was a lasting testament to the ideals upon which the nation was built. Throughout history, George Washington's legacy has been shaped by both truth and myth. Some stories about him are well-documented facts, while others have been exaggerated or entirely fabricated. As one of the most revered figures in American history, Washington became the subject of numerous legends that sought to reinforce his image as a moral and virtuous leader. Separating fact from fiction is essential to understanding the real man behind the myths. One of the most famous myths about Washington is the story of the cherry tree. According to this tale, a young Washington chopped down his father's cherry tree, and when confronted he confessed, saying, "I cannot tell a lie." This story was first published by Parson Weems, one of Washington's earliest biographers, in an effort to highlight Washington's honesty. However, there is no historical evidence to support this event. While Washington was known for his integrity, the cherry tree story is a fabrication meant to inspire moral character in young Americans. Another widespread myth is that Washington had wooden teeth. While it is true that he suffered from severe dental problems throughout his life, his dentures were not made of wood. Instead, they were constructed from a combination of materials, including human teeth, animal teeth, and ivory, often held together with metal springs. Washington's dental struggles were well documented, and he frequently complained about the pain and discomfort they caused him. His dentures also contributed to his reserved demeanor and the serious expression seen in many of his portraits. A popular misconception is that Washington was offered the title of king after the American Revolution. While some individuals did suggest a form of monarchy or lifetime leadership role, Washington firmly rejected any such idea. He was deeply committed to the principles of republican government and saw himself as a servant of the people, not a ruler. His voluntary decision to relinquish power after 2 terms as president set a crucial precedent for the peaceful transition of leadership in the United States. There is also a belief that Washington single-handedly led every battle to victory during the Revolutionary War. While he was a skilled strategist and an inspiring leader, the war was a collective effort that involved many generals, soldiers, and foreign allies. He suffered significant losses, such as the defeat in New York in 1776, but he learned from his mistakes and adapted his tactics. His leadership was instrumental in securing victory, but the war was not won by his efforts alone. One truth about Washington that is often understated is his complex relationship with slavery. While he relied on enslaved labor to maintain his Mount Vernon estate, he grew increasingly uneasy about the institution. In his later years, he took steps that few of his contemporaries did. He made provisions in his will to free his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death. This act, while limited in scope, reflected his evolving views on slavery and set him apart from many of his peers. Washington's legacy is built on real accomplishments, and while myths have embellished his story, they do not diminish his impact. He was a man of principle, resilience, and vision who shaped the United States through his leadership and character. By distinguishing historical fact from legend, we gain a clearer understanding of the true George Washington, one whose influence extends beyond myth into the foundations of the nation he helped build. George Washington's role as the father of the nation is often compared to the contributions of other founding fathers, each of whom played a crucial part in shaping the United States. While Washington provided steadfast leadership and a unifying presence, others contributed in different but equally significant ways. Examining his legacy alongside figures like Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Alexander Hamilton, and James Madison offers a deeper understanding of his unique place in history. Thomas Jefferson, the principal author of the Declaration of Independence, is often regarded as the intellectual force behind American democracy. His vision for the nation emphasized individual liberties and agrarian values, contrasting with Washington's focus on unity and pragmatic governance. Jefferson's ideals helped shape the philosophical foundation of the Republic, but his leadership style was far more partisan and divisive than Washington's unifying approach. John Adams, Washington's successor as president, was one of the most vocal advocates for independence. He played a key role in the Continental Congress and was instrumental in securing foreign aid during the Revolution. However, Adams lacked Washington's ability to rise above political factionalism. His presidency was marked by intense partisan conflict, particularly with Jefferson's Democratic Republicans. In contrast, Washington had set the precedent of remaining above party politics, warning against their dangers in his farewell address. Alexander Hamilton, Washington's close advisor and the first Secretary of the Treasury, was a visionary in financial and economic matters. He established the foundations of the American financial system, including a national bank and policies that strengthened the federal government. Washington relied heavily on Hamilton's expertise, but while Hamilton sought a strong centralized government, Washington maintained a careful balance, ensuring that federal authority did not overshadow the democratic principles of the new nation. James Madison, often called the father of the Constitution, played a pivotal role in drafting and promoting the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights. His contributions to the structure of government were invaluable, yet he did not possess Washington's widespread popular appeal or military leadership. Madison's work was instrumental in creating the framework of American governance, but it was Washington who provided the stability and trust necessary to implement and sustain it. Compared to these figures, Washington's influence was unique in that he was not primarily a writer, philosopher, or legislator. He was a leader whose presence and decisions shaped the course of the nation. He was the unifying force that turned revolutionary ideals into a functioning government. While others debated and wrote policies, Washington set the example through action, demonstrating the virtues of duty, restraint, and selfless leadership. His willingness to step down after 2 terms in office remains one of the most significant decisions in American history. Many of his contemporaries, including Jefferson and Adams, would go on to engage in deeply partisan battles, but Washington remained above these divisions. His ability to unify a fragile nation, establish lasting traditions, and earn the trust of a new republic made his contributions distinct from those of his fellow founding fathers. While men like Jefferson, Adams, Hamilton, and Madison were brilliant in their own right, Washington was the indispensable figure who embodied the new nation's values. His leadership was not based on eloquence or policy alone, but on the strength of character, discipline, and an unwavering commitment to the greater good. His legacy, when compared to his peers, stands as a testament to the power of steadfast and principled leadership in the face of uncertainty. As we reach the final chapter of George Washington's story, it is clear that his legacy is one of unparalleled influence and significance. His leadership during the American Revolution, his role in shaping the presidency, and his commitment to national unity laid the foundation for the United States. But his impact did not end with his time in office. It continued to shape the nation long after his death. Washington's final years at Mount Vernon were marked by a desire for peace and retirement, yet he remained engaged with national affairs. His warnings against political factions, entangling alliances, and sectionalism in his farewell address proved to be prophetic as the young republic faced increasing internal and external challenges. Even in his last days, Washington continued to embody the virtues of service and duty. His passing on December 14, 1799, was met with deep mourning throughout the nation. Tributes poured in from political allies and former opponents alike, recognizing the loss of a man whose presence had been a stabilizing force for the fledgling country. His funeral was a solemn event, and the nation entered a period of collective grief, realizing that the man who had led them to independence and unity was gone. Yet Washington's legacy did not fade with his death. His image as the father of the nation only grew stronger over time. His leadership style became the model for future presidents. His name was immortalized in cities, monuments, and institutions, and his principles remained a guiding force for American democracy. His decision to voluntarily relinquish power set a precedent that defined the very nature of the presidency and democratic governance. Globally, Washington's example influenced other nations striving for self-governance. Leaders in emerging republics looked to his restraint, his commitment to democracy, and his emphasis on national unity as a blueprint for their own struggles. His legacy extended beyond the borders of the United States, inspiring generations of leaders who sought to balance power with principle. As we reflect on Washington's life, we see a man who was not perfect, but who was unwavering in his commitment to something greater than himself. He was a leader not because he sought power, but because he answered the call of duty. His story is not just one of military victories or political achievements. It is a story of resilience, character, and a vision that transcended his time. Washington's farewell was not just a departure from office, but a lasting message to future generations. His belief in the importance of unity, his warnings about division, and his hope for a strong and principled nation remain as relevant today as they were over 2 centuries ago. His story is not just history, it is a reminder of what leadership, sacrifice, and dedication to a cause greater than oneself can achieve. As we close this chapter, we honor the man who helped shape a nation, whose influence endures, and whose legacy continues to inspire the world.